Chop it up, call it a day. Yeah, call it a day, call it a day. We gonna call it a day. Chop it up, chop it up, chop it up, chop it up. You gonna chop it up. You gonna chop it up. Hold on, let me make sure we got shit. We gonna chop it up. Okay, there we go. We chopping it up. There we go. Yeah, we watching some. We watching some. We watching some. We not go. We not go. We not goes from in the family. I like my Uncle Choke over here. We ready to go to bed. I don't think I'm feeling good though right now. Just go to sleep. Yeah. Trying to go to sleep, sleep.
Oh, he's got a snap hook. That's fine. Hey, buddy, that's fine. Forget. Happy forget. No. What was happening there? I hate you, bro. Please, no.
Yeah, we just. I'm chopping up.
Oh, he's got a snap
Chopping
hook.
up with
That's
y'all
fine.
uncle and watching TV at the same
Hey, buddy,
time.
that's fine. Forget. Happy forget. No. What was happening there? I hate you,
Yeah,
bro.
fuck, I'm going
Please,
to work.
no. Alright, yo, what's going on YouTube? So today we have two gameplays with the Bobcat running the kinetic converter. A couple of you guys have asked me to not use the Taurus, and that's exactly what today's video is. Both of the games today were solo duos, and combined between the two, I believe we dropped 23 kills. Anyways, I think you guys are really going to enjoy the raids today. As always, I appreciate the love on all the recent Arc Raiders content. Hope you guys do enjoy the video, and have a good rest of your night or evening. Take it easy. Peace. GG.
They actually, no, that was just it. That saying dropped 23 kills. If I was counting how many kills he had.
Come here, fishy. They just ran under me. Come here, fishy. Oh, there's three people on Berkshire right now. Where the fuck are they? That'd be in Metro. MMK? Yeah, I play MMK. I don't even know if they're across yet, so I'm gonna smoke this. Gotta be on Metro.
Hey buddy, give up.
Dude, I don't know. They are fighting below me. Dude, it sounded like it was way closer.
Demon. Yeah. Third party. There, we got third party. You gotta keep up with me. You gotta just keep running.
He got third party.
Alright. Is there a shredder down here?
Oh, he's got a snap over. That's fine. Hey, buddy, that's fine. Birthday! Happy birthday! GG. Enjoy my lateral. Oh, fuck. No, wrong gun. Wait, hang on. Before you kill me, say my name. Say my name.
Who does bro think he is, man?
Nobody ever said my fucking name.
Kinda. Is there a deadline in here? No! Oh, I have the fucking gun bug now, dude. Where it shoots from the hip. I'm gonna have to back out, bro. This shit's so annoying. Like, is there any way to fix this? You not swap guns? It just doesn't work. I had it yesterday. Oh, that sucks. This is a really good game. Drop weapon? Like, dude, I swear it just doesn't work. I mean, I could try to play it out, but this bug is mad annoying. With the other dude? Wait, which guy was it? It's this guy, right? I wish I started playing this game when it first came out. I didn't start playing until January. It might just be in the room, bro. I don't know when I drop down here. I got an idea. It's probably just on there. Dude, like, where the fuck did they go? Oh, I saw him. Dude, oh my gosh. I don't have any fucking nades, man.
Já colocou? Segura, mano. Vai virar macaco pra quem vai. Quem coloca, quem fica.
Still offside, it's all his guns through the wall. Fuck, I wish I had any nade right now.
Não joga mais não, não joga mais não, não joga mais essas bombas não, pô, não tem mais.
Crosshair, I can show you after the game, bro. Hello from TikTok. What's good, Bazooka
De
Joe?
mosquetão deslizando, pô.
Dude, I just have two teams. I'm in the middle. They're both not moving. I'm dead. He's a Toro. Was that a Toro? Bro, are you jacking it?
Não fica aqui não, pô, fica aqui não. Corre, ele vai, corre, vai pegar tudo.
I swear it was too fast for Nando. Alright, I'm just gonna make an aggressive play. If we die, we die.
I'm down. Get on me.
Wait, is there people here? Hello? What the fuck? Oh wait, this might have nades in it. Let's see. Alright, whatever. We're gonna send it. These guys are just still sitting there, by the way. Oh, he's in the room now. GG, GG. Yeah, I have the freaking bug right now where your gun shoots from the hip. Alright. GG's, man. right, now we'll leave. Oh, we had a bobcat too. All right. What's up from TikTok? Hello. Yes, by the way, guys, I'm also streaming on Twitch. If y'all are watching on TikTok, you want to hang out over there? Oh, this guy had a Vulcan now. Holy moly. Nice gameplay. Thank you. Yeah, my shield's cooked, but we're about to get out of here, so. Let me get a bobcat. Low-key, I got you, bro. I'll trade you for like teenage or something. I think these were free kits. Go in the other room, there's 2 bodies. You're talking about this room? The Tino 1.
This is third.
Resident Evil 9's latest trailer has finally shed light on the true nature of the virus at the center of this story, and the consequences are far more personal than fans had expected. Across multiple scenes, we see the physical toll it's taking on Leon, subtle at first, but increasingly more difficult to ignore. His condition is clearly deteriorating, and all the signs point to something far more serious than a routine infection. Medical documents shown in the trailer describe a condition linked to residual T-virus exposure, now referred to as Raccoon City Syndrome, a latent onset illness that can remain hidden for years before suddenly becoming active. And once it begins progressing, the outcome is often fatal. Everything we've seen suggests Leon may already be somewhere along that timeline. The fatigue, the visible strain, and the urgency in his actions all suggest that he is running out of time to cure himself from the infection. From the new trailer, we now know 6 other Raccoon City survivors have already been taken out by the Raccoon City Syndrome. And unless Leon can find a way to stop the virus before it reaches its final stage, he may be heading down the same path. But just how exactly will this virus cycle play out in the story? How does an infection that can stay hidden for years suddenly become a death sentence? And more importantly, where might Leon already fall within that timeline? In this video, we'll be exploring everything we know so far about Raccoon City Syndrome, how it works, how it progresses, and why it may be one of the most dangerous viral evolutions the series has ever introduced. So guys, without further ado, let's get right into it. For years, the destruction of Raccoon City was treated as the end of the T-virus disaster. The city was erased, Umbrella was exposed, and the incident was buried in official records. But medical researchers would later discover that the legacy of the outbreak didn't end with the city's fall. In some survivors, trace amounts of the T-virus remained inside the body long after exposure. These residual viral fragments did not cause immediate mutation or transformation like most cases did. Instead, they persisted quietly within the bloodstream and tissues. Over time, those remnants began to change. Doctors at Rhodes Hill Chronic Care Center documented a condition now known as Raccoon City Syndrome, a latent onset illness caused by long-term T-virus mutation within the host. The virus may remain in the body for years, held in check by the immune system, but never fully removed. As it begins to mutate, it gradually adapts to the host's antibodies until the body can no longer suppress it. And once the syndrome manifests, the progression is aggressive and almost always fatal. Through ongoing research, scientists identified a consistent pattern in patients, a sequence of stages that mark the virus's slow takeover of the body, a progression that turns past exposure into a delayed death sentence. The first stage, referred to as the dormant stage, begins in silence. During the dormant phase, the virus exists in trace amounts within the host's body. It remains inactive due to the presence of specific antibodies that keep the infection suppressed. At this point, the individual shows no symptoms, no fever, and no visible abnormalities. Medical examinations often fail to detect anything unusual, allowing the carrier to live a normal life. But the virus is not gone. While contained, it continues to exist at a microscopic level, slowly mutating within the host. Each mutation increases its ability to resist the immune response designed to stop it. Because there are no outward signs, most carriers never realize they were infected at all. By the time the virus overcomes immune suppression, the dormant phase quietly continues to an end, and the syndrome moves into its next stage. This next stage is known as the activation stage, and it marks the first visible signs of Raccoon City syndrome. At this point, the virus has adapted enough to weaken the host's antibody response. With immune suppression failing, the infection begins to surface. The earliest indicator is the appearance of dark, bruise-like marks on the skin. These marks often appear in small clusters and may initially be mistaken for minor injuries or skin conditions. Alongside these marks, subjects begin experiencing mild but persistent symptoms. General fatigue starts to set in. Coughing and a lingering sense of physical discomfort becomes common. While these symptoms may appear manageable, they signal a critical turning point. The virus is no longer dormant. It is actively spreading within the body. Internally, viral activity increases in the bloodstream and soft tissues, preparing for deeper infiltration. Once activation begins, the progression accelerates rapidly, and the virus enters its next phase of control. And this is where things start to take a very dark turn.
Got something that might interest you.
Before we continue, I want to quickly mention this video's sponsor, Green Man Gaming. Right now, they're offering 18% off Resident Evil 9 on PC, and that's on both the standard and deluxe editions. And this is one of, if not the best pre-launch deal I've seen for it. What's great about Green Man Gaming is that they're a leading official PC game retailer, meaning that they work directly with over 1,300 publishers and developers. So you're still fully supporting the creators behind the games while saving money at the same time. They've been around for years and have a huge community of PC players. So if you're planning to pick up Requiem on PC, you can check out the discount through the link in my description. All pre-purchases also include an additional costume for Grace. So if you don't want to miss out on that, be sure to grab either version of the game at Green Man Gaming now. Big thanks to Green Man Gaming for sponsoring this video. And now guys, let's get right back into it. The development stage, or stage 2, is where the symptom begins to escalate rapidly. By this point, the virus has gained a firm hold within the host's body. Viral activity increases, and the physical signs become harder to ignore. The dark marks seen in the activation stage spread further across the skin. They grow larger, darker, and more defined. Numbness begins to occur in the infected areas, suggesting nerve involvement beneath the surface. Internally, the infection advances beyond the bloodstream and into major organs. As tissues become compromised, organ function begins to decline. One of the most alarming symptoms at this stage is hematemesis, or the vomiting of blood. This indicates internal damage and signals that the virus is now affecting vital systems. Subjects often experience weakness and difficulty maintaining normal activity. Hospitalization becomes necessary at this point as symptoms are too severe to ignore. Once a subject enters the development stage, the condition is considered critical, and from here, the infection moves quickly towards its final phase. The terminal stage is the final and most severe phase of Raccoon City syndrome. By this point, the virus has completely overwhelmed the host's immune system. Viral mutation and organ damage reach their peak, and the body begins to fail under the strain. The darkened marks spread across nearly the entire body, becoming deeper in color and more pronounced. Severe pain is common, along with extreme fatigue that makes even small movements difficult. Internal deterioration accelerates. Organ systems struggle to function, and the body can no longer stabilize itself. Vomiting of blood becomes frequent and uncontrollable, indicating widespread internal damage. Once this stage is reached, the prognosis is almost always fatal. Most subjects succumb within 1 to 2 hours after terminal symptoms fully manifest. At this point, the syndrome has run its course. What began as a trace remnant of the T virus ends as a complete systematic collapse, a delayed consequence of exposure that may have occurred years earlier. For researchers and survivors alike, the terminal stage serves as a chilling reminder that the Raccoon City incident left behind more than ruins. It left behind a virus that never truly disappeared. So now, based off everything we've seen, where exactly does Leon fall into the cycle of this virus? As of now, it looks as if Leon no longer falls in the safe window of infection. His condition places him firmly within the active portion of the virus cycle. He has already moved far past stage 0, the dormant phase, where the virus is completely suppressed and invisible. The visible markings on his hand alone confirm that point. Dormant carriers show no physical signs, and Leon clearly does. The discoloration and vein-like dark patterns we see are consistent with the activation stage, where the virus begins surfacing and overcoming the body's antibodies. This is the phase where bruise-like marks appear and early systemic symptoms begin. The trailer repeatedly shows Leon looking fatigued and physically strained, which lines up with this stage. However, he doesn't yet appear to be fully in stage 2, the development stage. That stage involves widespread across the body, nerve numbness, and serious internal damage. Most importantly, it leads to vomiting blood and hospitalization level decline. None of these extreme symptoms are shown in Leon as of now. What this suggests is that Leon is likely at a late stage 1 or the very start of stage 2, a transitional point where the virus has established itself but hasn't fully taken over yet. But unfortunately, this is the most dangerous part of the timeline, because once the virus crosses deeper into stage 2, progression accelerates rapidly toward the terminal phase. The window for treatment shrinks, and the body begins losing the fight. So in terms of the cycle, Leon isn't at the beginning, and he's not at the end. He's somewhere in the middle, the point where the virus is active, evolving, and gaining ground, but where a cure is still theoretically possible. And narratively, that places him on a ticking clock. The infection has started, the progression is real, and the longer it goes untreated, the closer he moves toward a stage with no return. Click this video here to uncover Leon Kennedy's full story before Resident Evil 9. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll see you next time.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
That's 6 now. 6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead for the same thing.
Yeah, that's not good. Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under.
Oceans hide some of the scariest mysteries on Earth.
Dead. What's about the
And
Raccoon
what the
City
Navy
survivor
encountered
are
in the Pacific Ocean will leave you shocked.
Requiem dropped a bombshell in the new footage we saw at the Nintendo Showcase last week, as the victims that Grace and Leon were investigating leading up to the start of the game was revealed to be all Raccoon City survivors. This revelation blew my mind, as it completely changed everything we knew about the motivations of the heroes and the villains of the game. However, today I want to focus on a specific thing in relation to this revelation. In the trailer, Leon says the following line.
6 survivors of Raccoon City, all dead for the same thing.
This means that there are at least 6 victims at the start of the game, and each of these victims, which are people who survived the Raccoon City outbreak, died in the exact same way. Now, there's a bunch of speculation that can be made here in regards to how they all died, but based on what we've seen so far in this game, my money is on the new virus that Leon is infected with. So today we're taking a look at every single survivor of the Raccoon City outbreak that we know about, as we discuss the last known whereabouts of each of them, and which of them, if any, are likely to be any of the 6 victims mentioned in the last trailer. trailer. There are a few things I want to cover before I dive into each of the survivors on today's list. First off, I want to talk about the most recent interview from the producer of Resident Evil Requiem, Kumazawa, who answered someone's question in regards to Ada's role, if any, in Requiem. His response was that he can't confirm or deny that she's in the game, but basically this is Leon Grace's story, and there's not many returning characters in the game, essentially telling us not to get our hopes up about too many different protagonists returning for Requiem. I bring this up because I think this is Kumazawa pretty much letting us down easy, pretty much telling us not to expect Claire, Ada, Jill, and any other person you can think of to return in this game, at least not all of them together. Still, I do think the fact that he said there's not many returning characters, and the fact that he doesn't come out and say Ada and the others aren't in the game tells us that we might see at least one or two other returning characters. Now, the second thing I want to bring up are the two Raccoon City survivors confirmed to be in Requiem so far, Leon S. Kennedy and Alyssa Ashcroft. Considering the fact that Leon is the main protagonist of the game, and the fact that he's the one that literally says the line about the 6 victims being Raccoon City survivors, clearly confirms he's obviously not one of them. As for Alyssa, though, even though she apparently dies in the Redwood Hotel, I don't think Leon is including her in the 6 victims list. For 2 reasons, actually. Alyssa Ashcroft died 8 years prior to Leon's investigation, but more importantly, the trailers lead us to believe she was murdered by Victor Gideon. And assuming we're going with the theory that the virus Leon is infected with is the one killing Raccoon City survivors, Alyssa being murdered eliminates her as one of the 6 victims that died in the same way. So basically, this means we're looking at 6 other Raccoon City survivors that were killed via this new virus, which then opens the door for who these victims could be. Do we know any of them, or are they just random Raccoon City survivors that we never met? To be fair, there's a long list of survivors that we know about, and Raccoon City is a big city with plenty of other citizens that we don't know about. It's very possible that we could just get 6 dead Raccoon City survivors that we've never heard of, but while I do think that's a very likely possibility, I'm betting at least 1 or even 2 of these survivors are people we know, even if they are minor characters from previous games as Easter eggs. Anyway, with all that out of the way, let's take a look at every single survivor of the Raccoon City incident and discuss which ones are most likely to be one of the 6 victims in Requiem. Number 1, Claire Redfield. After the Raccoon City outbreak, Claire was searching for her brother in Europe, leaving Sherry behind with Leon. Eventually, she was reunited with her brother before being separated again to pursue different paths. Instead of fighting the bioterrorism threat head-on like Chris and Leon, Claire joined TerraSafe so that she can help the victims of bioterrorism and help them return to normal lives. It was a different path that she took, and even though this path did sometimes throw her into the middle of outbreaks again and again, it was still a noble cause that she took on and different from the rest of the protagonists of the series. Following the events of Code Veronica, Claire would continue to visit Sherry Birkin as much as possible, who was now in the custody of the US government and Derek Simmons because of the G virus inside of her blood. We know Claire Redfield is alive as of 2015, still working with TerraSafe thanks to the canon CG film Dead Island. My fear for Claire Redfield, though, being someone that died prior to the events of Resident Evil Requiem, has slowly been building and building over the last few months. While I don't think Capcom is really considering killing off Claire off screen, I do think there's a way to handle it where it can both be impactful and satisfying, even for people that don't want to see her die. First off, the hints towards her being someone that died prior to the events of Requiem are mostly tied to Leon himself. Leon owns a watch and a gun called a Requiem. On both of these objects, there's an angel wing motif. Well, Claire Redfield has been tied to angel wings since she was first introduced. Whether it was the Maiden Heaven jacket that she wore in the original RE2 or the angel wing necklace she wore in the remake, there's multiple things that connect Claire to the symbol. To make matters worse for Claire, the developers have confirmed that Leon carries these symbols on his possessions because it means fallen comrades, essentially confirming that Leon is honoring people he's lost in his line of work. So yeah, I can definitely see Leon honoring Claire by featuring this wing on his new gun and watch. As for if I think Capcom will kill her off screen, well, maybe, but it has to be done right. See, if they are going to do it, it'll need to be done in a flashback sequence of some kind. Maybe we don't know who the first victim was right away until much later in the story when Leon is talking to Grace and talking about the people that were killed with this virus, and he tells her about Claire, giving us a flashback sequence of Leon being with Claire with the virus who is infected with it that ultimately took her life. Yeah, I know it's a stretch, but I wouldn't be completely shocked here if Capcom decided to go this route. Still, I think there's more likely characters that will probably end up on that list over Claire, to be honest. Number 2, Sherry Birkin. Obviously, Sherry Birkin might be one of the more interesting survivors of the outbreak because not only did she survive the outbreak thanks to Leon and Claire as a child, but she also was infected with the G virus before she left the city. And while she did receive a vaccine thanks to Claire, Sherry was left with side effects of the virus that ultimately gives her rapid healing abilities. After escaping the city, Sherry was immediately detained and placed in the U.S. government's custody under Derek Simmons' supervision. In order to guarantee her safety, Leon joined a task force created by the government to counter bioterrorism around the world. After the death of Wesker in 2009, the biggest threat to Sherry was gone, and the government allowed her to leave confinement under the agreement that she would join the DSO. Now, she agreed, and then a few years later, Resident Evil 6 took place. After the death of Simmons, Sherry returned as an agent for the DSO and continued her work fighting the war against BOWs alongside other DSO agents, including Leon S. Kennedy and Helena Harper. Unfortunately, we don't know anything else about Sherry's whereabouts, as the last time we saw her was 2013 when RE6 took place. Now, going into Requiem, I don't think Sherry Birkin is one of the 6 victims. In fact, I can almost guarantee that she's not, for a few reasons. Firstly, with Sherry being infected with the G-Virus, if there was one protagonist that would be safe from a new strand or a new virus, it would probably be Sherry because of the antibodies in her blood. However, and probably more importantly, I'm extremely confident Sherry Birkin is Leon's new contact. Throughout the trailers, Leon has been talking to someone over the comms. This voice reminds me so much of Sherry's voice actress in RE6. She even appears to have the same hairstyle and hair color as Sherry Birkin if you look closely at the person on comms with Leon. Add that to the fact that most of the people who played the 3-hour demo behind closed doors are not allowed to say who this comms person is talking to Leon. Yeah, clearly Capcom is hiding something here with this person, and my money is on it being Sherry Birkin as Leon's new DSO contact. Number 3, Ada Wong. If we're talking about survivors that have the deepest connection to Leon, there's nobody more connected to him than Ada Wong. While the two of them may not have the best history with each other, they have always been there for each other when it counted. For example, Ada has saved Leon multiple times from behind the scenes, and Leon has taken bullets for Ada on multiple occasions. So yeah, clearly these two care for each other a lot, even if they often find themselves on opposite sides of each other every single time they reunite. The last known whereabouts of Ada Wong, like Sherry Birkin, goes back to 2013 and the events of RE6. After surviving the Raccoon City outbreak and retrieving a sample of the G-Virus for Wesker and his employers, Ada Wong became a contractor for hire, mostly working for Wesker and his rival organization to Umbrella. However, after the events of RE4 remake specifically, Ada Wong parted ways with Wesker as she continued her work as a freelancer for multiple different companies, most of which remain mysterious to us. Even at the end of Resident Evil 6, when she destroys Simmons' lab, she did get a call from an unknown caller offering her a job which she didn't accept. To this day, we still don't know who that caller was or who Ada works for, but if there's one thing that we can count on, it's that she'll always be there for Leon. On that note, while I do think she'll be in Requiem to some degree, I don't know if it'll be in the form of a victim that died prior to the events of the game. While Ada Wong might not be a protagonist, like Claire Redfield, she's still an important character, and someone like her isn't likely to die by a virus off screen, especially because of her connection to Leon. This is something that has to be like a self-sacrifice moment for her character, for Leon, to save Leon potentially. Otherwise, I just don't see them killing off Ada Wong, in my opinion. Number 4, Carlos Oliveira. Before the remake of Resident Evil 3, Carlos was nowhere near as popular to fans of the series. Don't get me wrong, I've always got a good laugh out of the OG Carlos, but in comparison to the other protagonists of the series, he just didn't stack up against the likes of Chris Redfield and Leon Kennedy. However, one of the few things that the remake of RE3 did right was the improvements made to Carlos's character. He instantly became more likable, relatable, and overall he became a character that some fans out there would call their favorite one-off character now. But in terms of Carlos's story, there's not much known after the events of Raccoon City. I mean, Carlos has yet to appear in the series again, and he's not even mentioned in future games, which is kind of weird. The only bits of information that we got on Carlos and his whereabouts are things to files and the epilogue at the end of Resident Evil 3 Nemesis, and with the current timeline appearing to lean more towards the remake timeline, I don't even know if we can call that information canon or not. Regardless, here's what we do know. After leaving Raccoon City via chopper with Joe Valentine, the two of them stopped at a bar off the coast of the United States of America somewhere. Then they split up and said their goodbyes to each other before Carlos headed to South America and goes into hiding while also harboring a deep hatred for Umbrella. Now, there are rumors that he may have joined the BSAA or that he got plastic surgery. Believe it or not, that's an actual rumor, but both are just fan theories at best. Anyways, on that note, as much of a fan I am of Carlos from Resident Evil 3 Remake, he actually makes for a great candidate to be one of the victims of Resident Evil Requiem, considering the fact that he has been MIA for over 28 years. No one, and I mean no one, not even Jill, as far as I know, has talked to Carlos over the years. Then when you take into consideration that he worked for Umbrella and despises them, and the fact that Umbrella in some way might be behind the events of Requiem, then Carlos is a threat to them, so making sure he dies isn't completely out of the realm of possibilities. There are two saving graces for Carlos, though. One, last we heard, he's in South America. According to the trailers, all the bodies so far have appeared in the United States. So unless Carlos made his way back to the US, which is possible, I don't see how he could have been one of the victims. The other problem is Jill Valentine. If Carlos is revealed to be one of the victims killed by this new virus, why the hell is Jill Valentine not getting involved? Based on the relationship in RE3, you would think that she would make this a priority to investigate his death, meaning that she would be the second main protagonist of Resident Evil Requiem, not Leon. And I doubt she'll appear in the game at this point when Capcom themselves said not to expect too many returning characters. Speaking of which, we might as well talk about her next. Number 5, Jill Valentine. Not only is Jill Valentine probably the least likely survivor of the Raccoon City incident to be one of the 6 victims killed off screen in Requiem, she's also probably one of the least likely protagonists of the series to return in this game. With Leon Kennedy being the second playable protagonist, and Capcom pretty much stating that Grace and Leon are the only main playable characters, there's absolutely no way that Capcom will bring Jill back, only to then be a side character at best after not being a main playable character for a Resident Evil game since Revelations. Well, outside of a remake and the DLCs, that is. Also, Jill's story is a long one, and it's one that pretty much sets the stage for the future of the RE franchise thanks to the things that have happened to her over the years. After escaping Raccoon City, she went into hiding with Barry Burton and his family before eventually rejoining Chris in his mission to bring an end to Umbrella. After the fall of Umbrella, they joined the BSAA before Jill is thought to be dead after sacrificing herself to take out Wesker. The events of Resident Evil 5 in 2009 revealed that Jill is alive and that Wesker has used some sort of mind manipulation device to make her his personal assassin. Even though Jill was saved by Chris and Sheva, Jill became depressed and starved from being controlled by Wesker for 3 years, as seen in the events of Death Island. This was the last time we saw Jill. The biggest reason why I highly doubt Capcom will kill Jill off anytime soon is because Death Island revealed that Jill ages slowly due to a side effect of her being infected with the T-virus by Nemesis. This is the perfect setup for Jill to become a recurring protagonist in the series without having to worry about aging, eliminating her from the front lines. Besides, Jill isn't the type of character that Capcom can just get away with killing her off screen, so yeah, she's absolutely the safest Raccoon City survivor in my opinion. Number 6, the Outbreak protagonist. For the next 2 entries on today's list, we'll be combining 2 different groups of Raccoon City survivors together. First, we are looking at the playable protagonists of the Resident Evil Outbreak games. This list includes Kevin Ryman, an RPD officer, Mark Wilkins, a security guard, Jim Chapman, a subway worker, George Hamilton, a doctor, David King, a mechanic, Yoko Suzuki, an umbrella researcher, Cindy Lennox, a waitress, and Alyssa Ashcroft, a reporter. I'm assuming we already talked about Alyssa earlier on today's list and how I don't think she's going to be included in that list due to the circumstances and timeline of her death. Before discussing the likelihood of each of the Outbreak survivors being the victims Leon mentioned in the trailer, let's talk about each of them and their last known whereabouts, which unfortunately most of these characters pretty much disappear after the events of the Outbreak game, so this is going to be interesting. While each of them can and probably do escape the city in various ways, depending on which scenario you want to connect each one to, there's no confirmation of this outside of Alyssa Ashcroft, as both Requiem and Resident Evil 7 confirm she survived the events of Outbreak. As for the others, well, Kevin Ryman received an Easter egg in Resident Evil 3 Remake confirming him and what we assume are the other 7 playable protagonists, and the 2 victims in the Outbreak scenario are at a bar fighting off a horde of zombies. The only thing we might know, although this isn't officially confirmed as canon, is that Yoko, given her history with Umbrella as an ex-researcher, apparently assisted Alyssa with trying to expose Umbrella for their crimes. Now, it's this unknown factor in relation to each of these characters and the fact that they all appeared in a spin-off game that for the longest time was located in a gray area in terms of it being canon or not, that most fans, myself included, think that some or all of the victims Leon is referencing are Outbreak survivors. Now, if we were to work on this theory for a little bit, then we know that there are 7 survivors remaining outside of Alyssa, who we already established is the one of the 6 victims Leon is referencing. Meaning that if these are the Outbreak survivors, then there's still one remaining that could be alive. If I had to make a guess on which Outbreak survivor would still be alive or vital to the plot of Requiem in some way, my money's on Yoko. Her involvement with Umbrella could be vital to deciphering what Elvis is, and if she did indeed work with Alyssa in trying to bring down Umbrella after the events of Raccoon City, she's immediately connected to the plot plot via Alyssa's death, in my opinion. However, while I do think one or even two of the 6 victims are Outbreak survivors, my money on Sydney and George for some reason, I don't think all of them will be Outbreak survivors. Mostly because we've seen some of the bodies in Grace's reports, and the body in her report in the trailer doesn't really look like any of the Outbreak survivors. However, that doesn't mean that the rest of the victims can't be other different types of survivors of the Outbreak games that, I don't know, aren't playable characters, which brings me to the next entry on today's list. Number 7, the Outbreak NPCs. While Resident Evil Outbreak only has 8 canon playable characters, there's actually a long list of NPCs in the Outbreak games that, believe it or not, survived the Raccoon City outbreak as well. Hell, there's files that hint towards hundreds, potentially thousands of people that made it out of Raccoon City before the city was destroyed. While we've never met most of those survivors, and Requiem will more than likely have these 6 victims be characters that we probably never heard of, Capcom has a golden opportunity to give us a ton of Easter eggs to the Outbreak games by making the victims Leon is referencing NPCs from the Outbreak games that may have survived the Raccoon City incident. Just to name a few, you have RPD officer Rita Phillips, the survivor that helped the Outbreak survivors escape the RPD station in Desperate Times scenario, firefighters Danny and Gil, who actually appear in multiple scenarios before eventually picking up some survivors in the Decision scenario, a scenario that may play a major part in Resident Evil Requiem due to the daylight vaccine being synthesized in this scenario. And even Linda Baldwin, an ex-researcher for Umbrella that betrayed them to expose them to the world and even attempted to expose them before the Raccoon City outbreak. In fact, Linda Baldwin specifically alongside Yoko, as mentioned earlier, testified against Umbrella in court and assisted Alyssa with her mission to bring Umbrella down. In my opinion, Linda Baldwin is arguably the best Easter egg that Capcom can use as one of the victims in Requiem. Now, there are actually a lot more characters like this I didn't even bring up in today's video, as the 2 Outbreak games have multiple NPCs that appear to make it out of the city before it's destroyed. We've also seen Capcom sort of tease Easter eggs in the form of Outbreak NPCs before. While not confirmed, there's a lot of fan theories that the 2 characters in the live-action trailer for Requiem are actually Regan and Lily, 2 NPCs introduced in a side quest in the flashback scenario of Outbreak File number 2. Now, their fate is left unknown after the 2 of them reunite with each other, but fans have already started to speculate hard that it was them in the Requiem live-action trailer, and if that is indeed the case, man oh man, that opens the door for Requiem to have a few more Easter eggs like this for us in the most tragic way possible. Number 8, Hunk. The last survivor that I want to bring up in today's video that could be one of the 6 Raccoon City survivors mentioned to be dead in the most recent trailer is the Grim Reaper himself, Hunk. Hunk was the leader of the USS strike team that Umbrella sent in to retrieve Birkin and his G-Virus in Raccoon City. In fact, it was Hunk's team that ultimately caused the Raccoon City outbreak as they fired on Birkin, fatally injuring him and forcing him to take the G-Virus himself. This led to him attacking the team and releasing the T-Virus in the sewers, infected rats that would then contaminate the water in Raccoon City, causing the outbreak. As for Hunk, well, after the fall of Umbrella, we don't really know where he ended up. Rumors say that he became a mercenary for hire, similar to Ada Wong. In fact, there's plenty of theories out there that suggest that Hunk could have worked for the HCF for a time, Wesker's task force for the rival company to Umbrella, but none of this is ever confirmed. That being said, Hunk is a character that absolutely makes no sense to be one of the 6 victims. For one, we don't even know his real name or what he looks like now. So how the hell will we even know it's him when he's revealed? 2, the mystery surrounding Hunk is part of his charm, and messing that up with an off-screen death just doesn't feel right for me. And 3, I think there's so much more that Capcom can do with Hunk as a character. Because of his origins and future are a mystery to us, there's so many different ways that Capcom can bring him back in the future, and I don't think they'll waste it on an off-screen death. My hope is that it'll be revealed that he works for Blue Umbrella, or even the Connections. Regardless, Hunk is another one of those survivors I think are almost guaranteed to be safe, if I'm being honest with you guys. Which brings me to the end of my list. So after breaking down every single survivor, the Raccoon City that we know about, who do I think are the victims? Well, most of them I think will just be Easter eggs to Resident Evil Outbreak characters. Whether that is in the form of playable characters like George or a Cindy, or in the form of NPCs like Linda or Rita. I think Capcom will use some of these deaths as Easter eggs to those characters. However, for whatever reason, something tells me that at least one of these characters will be a major death that impacts Leon and the heroes of the series so far. As for who, well, my money is on 2 different characters, Claire Redfield and Carlos Oliveira. I think I lean towards it being Claire because of the importance that her character has to both Leon, one of the main protagonists of the game, and Sherry, who I strongly believe is in the game. However, I don't think we'll know about it until later in the game when Leon has a flashback sequence of the first Raccoon City survivor being killed by the Elpis virus, explaining why Leon and Sherry are so invested in uncovering the Umbrella Curse and Raccoon City's dark secret. But that does it for this episode of Nurse Games. Do you think any of the Raccoon City survivors that we know about are one of the 6 victims Leon mentioned in the trailer, or do you think they are all just random people that we probably never heard of? Also, who on this list do you think is most likely to be one of the victims? Hit up the comments and let me know your thoughts down below. Anyway, if you haven't already, be sure to subscribe to my channel for more survival horror content. Also, leave a like on today's video if you enjoyed today's topic. Thanks for watching, and as always, I'll catch you guys on the next episode of Nurse Games. Take care.
So Goku and Vegeta rocket to the future, and out of nowhere,
Over the decades that Umbrella Corporation operated in secrecy, it relied on countless individuals to enforce its will. Scientists, executives, mercenaries, and soldiers were all absorbed into its projects. Most were discarded when they failed, some were erased when they knew too much, and many never left the facilities they were sent to protect. But one figure always endured. He had no public identity, no recorded name, and no confirmed origin. Within Umbrella's internal files, he existed only as a call sign, a role to be filled rather than a person to be remembered. To those who served alongside him, he was known by reputation alone, a man who consistently returned from operations that erased entire teams. They called him the Grim Reaper, not because he killed indiscriminately, but because survival followed him and no one else. Hunk was not a monster in the traditional sense. He was not the product of viral enhancement, genetic tampering, or experimental mutation. But what made him unsettling was something far more grounded. He was human, operating inside a system that treated human life as a renewable resource. Umbrella did not create Hunk to be legendary, it created him to be effective. By the time his name surfaced in the aftermath of the Raccoon City disaster, Hunk was already a veteran of missions that never appeared in public records, operations conducted in sealed facilities, recoveries performed after containment failures, and internal actions meant to ensure that Umbrella's secrets never left the buildings where they were created. And in nearly every case when the mission ended, Hunk was the only one still alive. He was the result of Umbrella's belief that survival could be engineered through discipline, compartmentalization, and disposability. He was a control outcome, proof that a soldier can be conditioned to function where panic, morality, and hesitation had already been removed. To understand who Hunk is, it's not enough to follow his actions during the fall of Raccoon City. His story begins earlier, within the same institutional logic that gave rise to Umbrella's private armies. Because long before the world learned what Umbrella was truly capable of, the corporation had already prepared for disaster, and it did so by buying soldiers it never intended to remember. Umbrella Corporation did not begin as a military power. Publicly, it presented itself as a pharmaceutical.
I don't think Clear would be dead. Like, that don't make no sense. Clear was in the Resident Evil movie, so why would Clear be dead? Like, all of a sudden. Who's the main villains? We're going to discuss the theory that Survivor, Art, Clear, and Kingdom. This is what we need to watch.
like a follow-up on the breakdown video I did, and I'm going to talk about some more stuff. I read some comments here and there, and I'm going to answer some of those questions and give my thoughts on those. And I'm going to deep dive into some theories, basically, in regards to, you know, what the story is, who the main villain is going to be, and of course discussing the survivors of Raccoon City and who potentially could show up in this game and why. So bear with me, this is going to be a long one. I hope you enjoy it. Remember to like and subscribe. There's going to be a lot of repeats in here, I'm assuming, but you know, it is what it is. We do have 12 more days to go, guys. Almost there, almost there.
We might get another trailer, a launch trailer, but I don't see the need for it. We're not getting a demo, so honestly, at this point, it's like, just having to wait it out now. So yeah, keep in mind there probably will be actual legit spoilers coming out soon. So, if you want to go dark, go dark. Me, I don't mind spoilers. The girl shows, so this was in a reply to someone, the girl shown in the trailer is definitely not Rose, and the Chinese leaker said it was Rose. Okay, so I already wrote a comment there, but for clarification, I said that the little girl might be Rose, and this was again going off from the Chris leak. Remember, this was two different leaks. We had a Chinese leak that sounded a lot more believable, and then we had the Chris leak, which, yeah, sort of makes a bit sense, but at the same time, it's like, no, it's probably BS. So, yeah. That was my theory, not the Chinese leaker. Plus, as I already mentioned in that leak, and as I mentioned here, there's a bit of information that the Chinese leaker said a few days before we had that Nintendo show, direct, and the stuff shown in that ended up matching up with what he revealed, days before that. So technically, he was correct, which means that he's properly legit about a lot of the things that are going to be in this game. So yeah, I wouldn't just throw his leaks out of the window just yet. I would hold on to those and consider the possibility that he's actually the right one here in this case. Now, I don't have the reply here, but someone did reply to him and asked him about who was aiding Grace during her portion of the game, and apparently it is Emily. So Emily's the one helping her. So yeah, okay. It's not some mysterious voice on the radio, I guess. But we'll see when we'll see. Do you know what I mean? Like, the game's only days away and we'll know how much of this stuff was true or not. But yeah, moving on. So yeah, I got this reply from Jasmine CG3EI at 24:49. Leon is getting his Requiem back from Grace. So yeah, I didn't notice that before, but yes, there is in that final shot when Leon is opening the RPD doors, you can see that the Requiem is back in its holster. So yeah, Leon clearly gets it back from Grace. So yeah, we're gonna get Leon using that badass Galabees, obviously in the second portion of the game, I'm assuming, when we're going to Raccoon City. So we have the Requiem with Grace in the first half, and then we have the Requiem with Leon in the second half. Keep in mind, he obviously has it when he's at the Redwood town area. So yeah, moving on. At 4:10, I got this comment from Jake D60 U3S. Come on, man, how are you so sure that Grace's mom is the final boss? So the reason for that, the reason I'm saying that is I don't think the hag is potentially Grace's mom, and I'm going to explain in this video why. But I do think that there's a very big possibility that she is going to show up in this game in a mutated form, and I think it makes more sense for it to be in Raccoon City. And the reason I say this is because I feel like it would be an emotional ending for that to be the final boss. Like I said, you have Gideon in the first half, and then you have one of the main villains in the second half, and you end the game. You think the game's about to end. You think everyone's good. Leon. I'm assuming the final boss is going to be like, or the main villain, if you will, is going to be between Leon and Grace. Them two fighting whoever that main villain is, and then it's all going to end. Everything is fine, and then you get this final confrontation, and it's going to be a mutated Alyssa, and Grace is going to like put her down and get that sort of what do you call it? That satisfaction, that ending with her mother that she didn't have, that goodbye essentially. That, or they basically do what Resident Evil Dark Side Chronicles did with Operation Javier, where you fight the mutated mom beforehand before you fight the main big boss at the end. So maybe they do something like that. I don't know. I just feel like it would make sense for an emotional payoff that ended like that, and especially because I am sort of comparing this to the Evil Within 2 in terms of the fact that you had like a villain in the first half, you had the sort of main villain that set everything up in the second half, and then you had that personal connection to the final villain, that final boss at the end of that game. So I'm thinking maybe they do something similar here. Maybe not. Obviously, I'm wrong until we get the game in our hands, but that's probably not going to be the case. I just feel like if a mutated Alyssa is gonna show up in this, it would make sense for it to not to be something you end at early on in the game, but something you confront and do at the end. Do you know what I mean? Like for an emotional payoff or gut punch. And then Rock My World 55. So this was in terms of the characters being affected. I think honestly it is possibly airborne in Raccoon City, because I don't believe Leon was bitten in the lore. In gameplay, obviously he's bitten when you play the game, but I don't believe the gameplay counts towards that. I think canon only counts towards cutscenes and story, etc., etc. Yeah, it makes me very curious how certain people, how survivors have become infected then. Like, I mean, we do hear this stuff where apparently like there's 10% of people who are immune to the T virus, and we're meant to assume that our main characters who who go through these games, who get attacked and get bitten, they're part of that 10% immunity. But then that still doesn't make sense because Jill gets bitten, right? She gets infected by a nemesis and she needs a vaccine. So clearly she's not immune. So I do agree with this. Like it is just like gameplay for the sake of gameplay, and it doesn't really count. Like canon wise, no one got bitten essentially. Like so then how do they get infected? Is it potentially airborne? I'll get to that when we get to that. But actually, no, I'll get to it right now. It's in here. Okay, so yeah, I grabbed these some of this stuff to talk about. So Jill's report, and this was from Resident Evil 3 Remake, September 26, 1998. It's already been 2 months since that mess with Umbrella. Thanks to the suspension, investigations have progressed exactly as I hoped. Perhaps this written record of what I found will prove to be my final duty as a STARS officer. I can only hope that it helps lead to the truth. The T-virus. Those infected by this virus seem to become little zombies. It appears to be communicable by several different avenues outlined below. Bite from an infected individual, allowing the mixing of bodily fluids, contact with crows which have eaten infected carrion. Due to the strength of the virus, airborne infection cannot be discounted. It should be noted that those who survived the incident have not yet developed symptoms. It's unclear whether this is because the virus has a long incubation period or because we just happen to be resistant to the infection. We ought to remain vigilant even after this investigation period ends. As for me, aside from my minor difficulty sleeping, I seem to be in fine shape. Still, I shouldn't get too hopeful. After all, this could just be an extended incubation. And then we have this from Resident Evil 5, the apparatus, so this is Jill's father in that game, the apparatus monitoring her vital signs detected some abnormalities. Something was happening inside Jill's body, and Wesker's curiosity was piqued. Further investigation showed that a mutated form of the T virus was still inside her body. It was a remnant from her infection in Raccoon City. The cure she was given was supposed to have eradicated all traces of the virus in her body, but instead it caused the virus to go into a dormant state. Her extended period in a cryogenic sleep somehow reactivated the virus. Shortly after being reactivated, the T virus completely disappeared from her body, but it left something else in its place. Wesker found that Jill's body now contained powerful antibodies to the virus. So this is something they could easily retcon and reveal that no, in fact, Jill still has the T virus in her body, but it was dominant. It hasn't been eradicated, or it is eradicated, and Jill's one of the lucky ones to not get this Umbrella's curse. But everyone else clearly has. So yeah, we're coming to the survivors then. Clearly, Leon and Sherry were clearly infected, and Sherry had the antivirus for the G virus, but that clearly was not enough. This is something T virus related. How did these guys get infected? And the only possible solution is airborne. It is airborne, but it's sort of like, I don't know how to explain it. Or it's something specific to the body when they were, I don't know. It's obviously something they breathed in, but they also went through the sewers. Some of these characters went through the sewers and got infected. So is it something they got whilst they were there? But then you got other people who are infected. The Raccoon City Syndrome, after all, that's what it's called, right? So, and this is from survivors of Raccoon City. So clearly all of these people must have gotten it via airborne. It's something that was in the air in Raccoon City. I'm assuming once it got nuked, thermobaric missile, by the way, not nuked, just sort of blown up. All traces of what was in the air was properly diminished as well, taken out perhaps. But, still, the question is, if survivors of Raccoon City are getting infected and they're developing the syndrome, right? What does this mean for every other character in the series thus far? So I'm going to suggest an idea. This is a crazy idea, right? This is a very crazy idea. Now we know in the new trailer now, and plus the leak from the Chinese leaker, he said that Leon will have a team, and that this team will be most likely be off screen over the radio and that. So we know we have Sherry as part of this team. Who else would be part of this team? I'm assuming that Hunnigan is going to play some role in this, maybe off screen, but she'll play some role. And I'm assuming that Sherry's taking over from her, and then Hunnigan may have been promoted to a higher position, and maybe she's going to be using her connections to keep Leon and Sherry safe. But then who's the other team members? Is this just normal DSO agents, or are there other people involved in this? In this case, other survivors. And the only ones I can think of really are Claire and potentially Jill and Carlos. Now, had he wore a gas mask, I think he's fine. It would be amazing if we get him in this game and we get some sort of revelation or confrontation with him, but I don't think it's going to happen. He's always going to remain that mystery character. Carlos is gone. I read something from the creator of Carlos like a few days ago, and this was something that was posted back in like the early 2010s, and he basically theorized, at least he is the creator of Carlos, but he's the one who theorized that Carlos would have gone into hiding and would have had plastic surgery and changed his face. Obviously, that's not canon. We don't know if that happened or not. It's something that he expressed he would have, at least that's what he sees how it would have gone down. So I don't know. I don't see Carlos showing up in this, but he was in Raccoon City, so he should be showing symptoms. And Sherry, again, had the G-virus, antivirus, and she's showing symptoms, at least she's covering her hand up. What does that mean for other characters then? That means Ada, Jill, and Claire have to be infected. And if Claire is infected, why would Chris not get involved in this, right? So surely if Claire is infected in this game, maybe Chris has to be in this game somehow. He has to play some sort of role in the background. But then it makes me also wonder, like, what about Ada then? And again, this is a theory, keep in mind, but what if either Ada or Claire are in fact already dead? And this is what alerted Leon and Sherry to this. Now, Ada not really connected to Sherry in any way, with the exception of that one point when Ada ended up rescuing Sherry in RE6. But she doesn't have a deep connection to her the way Claire does. Claire is a character that if you kill off, right, it would affect a lot of different people. It would affect Leon, it would affect Sherry, and it would especially affect characters like Barry, but also especially Chris. So if Claire's infected in this game and possibly gone, Chris has to be involved somehow in this game at some point, right, to get revenge. But if Claire is infected, why is he not involved to try and save his sister? Unless he's busy with something else, unless he's given Claire's, caring, he's put Claire's care into Sherry and Leon's hands. And the two of them, while still able, are trying to do everything they can to find a cure to this so they can save themselves and Claire. And Chris is busy taking care of Jill then, whilst dealing with all the BSA stuff in the background at the same time. It makes me curious, actually, if the Raccoon City syndrome is the new plot element that they're gonna be bringing into the next, games going forward. I'm wondering if when Resident Evil 10 happens, is Resident Evil 10 going to happen is it going to take place at the same time as Resident Evil 9, and we're going to see Chris or Jill's POV while Leon and Sherry are going through this? We get Chris and Jill's POV, and potentially Claire, if she's involved with Chris and him helping her perhaps, and we're getting their POV with their infection perhaps. I don't think Chris is infected. I don't think anyone, with the exception of Jill, because she was in Raccoon City, I don't think Chris, Barry, or Rebecca will be infected because of the mansion incident. I think this is something specifically tied to Raccoon City itself. But you also got to keep in mind that, the infection in the mansion estate, or the Spencer mansion, if you will, was potentially airborne. So I don't know what to think. I don't know what direction the story is going to go, because, it's weird, isn't it? It's weird. You're talking about Raccoon City survivors, but then we're only seeing Leon and Sherry. So what does that mean for everyone else then? Is Claire actually dead? And Frost will get, and this is why you got the wing symbols on the freaking gun, because it's a homage and a sort of a memory to Claire. Is that why? Or did Ada in fact die, and that's why Leon is so dark and depressed now, because he's lost the person he loved the most, and now she's no longer in his life. And we're going to get a flashback to that. We're going to see how that happened. Because if these characters are alive still, where are they and what are they doing? Because they would be showing symptoms then. Unless there's some twist here and it's not technically related to Raccoon City survivors and it's a lie, like, oh, it's Raccoon City survivors, but then we get that file clearly that they had, and it is. So what is going on? Do you know what I mean? Like, surely it can't just be Leon and Sherry showing up in this. Like, other characters have to show up in this. Other survivors have to show up in this. We have to get something about them, right? If it's a file or a mention, it has to be something, right? And if it is only going to be a file and a mention, then surely that means that, you know, the next game that we get, aka RE10, or something that takes place during, before, after,
like I said, Chris,
is going to be about the Raccoon City syndrome, and that plot
I think
is
it
continued.
was like
It's
it
not
would
something
always
that's
been
end
like
this. It's just
maybe
something that's,
like
you know,
it
gonna be a part of the
was,
story,
but
and then we're
Chris
gonna
probably
get
could
the
be
next part of the story for someone else
clear
to
to
be
get a
with it.
cure,
Sure,
most
right?
likely.
Anyway, that's that part of the discussion. Let's move on to the villains. So, I'm going to go through these images very quickly.
I think that's what
So
it
we
is.
have Gideon here.
I
He's
think
wearing the
Claire,
hood. I think at this point it's safe to say that he is the villain.
so he trying to
And
look for
potentially because of the lighting, we couldn't really make out the, you know, the hood patterns and that, or he's wearing a different coat than he had all those years ago. So, or maybe it is the same coat, and this is what actually saves him from the fire because it's fire resistant, maybe. Just throwing that out there as a theory, but I do think he is the hooded man at this point. Like, I mean, look at it. It just feels kind of obvious now at this point. So he killed Alyssa and tried to capture Grace. I think at this point, I'm certain to say that Grace is some sort of POW or an experiment that Alyssa rescued. I think that is the case. I think that's what's going on. And then we have this shot. I already discussed this, but we saw this shot and we see someone there. I don't know who that is, but did these kids kill him? Or are these kids in mourning, perhaps? What's going on? Now, I'm seeing a lot of theories of people saying, oh, this could be the Wesker children or something, or it's like, do you know what I mean? Like, you know, they've got the same red eyes, but that's probably just a visual flare because you got to keep in mind, right? The Wesker children didn't have red eyes to begin with. Albert was the only one who got red eyes because he injected himself with the serum and then he died by the tyrant, and then when he came back, he ended up having those eyes upon his rebirth. So no, I do think this is just sort of like a visual thing. They're just throwing in there like, oh yeah, evil kids or experimental kids. And not only that, they're all wearing gowns and that. So, and it looks very, very suspiciously similar to the hag. I mean, look at the hag. She's wearing a gown as well. So, is the hag like one of these mutated kids? In this game as well, potentially, in order to tie that in with her, to get that sort of. They only ever heard about it in files and that, but we did get him. We did get him appearing for the first time in RE5, but that's also where he died. So it's like.
I mean, Claire, like I said, Claire, Chris,
This is the entire
Chris
story.
Helping his sister find a cure.
Put your cup.
Yeah. Yeah.
Put your cup.
Yeah. Leon Kennedy. You are?
Clear. Correct, Bill.
Let's see, Claire theory about Resident Evil 9. Claire theory about Resident Evil 9. Claire theory Resident Evil 9. Claire theory Resident Evil 9. Resident Evil 9 Claire theory. 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 Resident Evil 9 Clearer Theory. Resident Evil 9 Clearer Theory.
The end of the Game Awards show when they were showing the RE9 trailer, when the trailer ended, we had this image pop up. And on one side, you've got Grace, and in the middle, you have Leon. Now, some people have pointed out that there's this extra space there, as you can see here, where potentially there could be a third character. Now, keep in mind, the space between Leon's portion of the screen and Grace's portion of the screen is about even. I mean, because you've got this entire space here. So does that mean there's a fourth character that's going to pop up on this side? Or is there literally some sort of symmetry or alignment going on here in terms of the fact that there is going to be a third character that's going to pop up on this side later on that they're keeping hidden maybe? Or maybe it's just a simple design choice, right? So let's discuss. I said before, the best thing they could really do with Jill in this game, if they wanted her to be in this, is for her to show up at the very end. Maybe have a tie with the BSA, they show up, just like Chris did at the end of RE7, and she comes in to help save the day and rescue Grace. And then maybe there's a loose end they don't tie up, and they can leave that for DLC. They could do that. They could give us a quick DLC with Jill, but there isn't a lot they could do with that, because you got to keep in mind, the main aim of this game is to deal with the government conspiracy, and Leon is the one character that's tied to that the most. People will keep saying or making arguments for no, Leon is the one that's tied to that plot point the most. So therefore, he's the one they're gonna use. It's not Barry, it's not Chris, it's not Jill, it's not Rebecca, it's Leon. And then there's another thing that a lot of people, don't bring up, and it's this. So remember during the Road to Requiem, we got a good look at this new Raccoon City map, right? And one of the things I pointed out was the fact that we have this new location that we didn't see in previous parts of the map or other maps before that, which was the Raccoon High School. We didn't go to that in Resident Evil 3 Remake. And just today, I was just sort of thinking, to myself, like, what is the significance of that? And I realized that this might, maybe, I don't know how the American school system works. Here in the UK, you go to primary school from when you're like what? From when you're like 5, I think, to 11, I think, and then you go to secondary school, and that's like, I think from like, is there years in that? I'm trying to remember. No. Primary school is year 1 to 6. Secondary school is year 7 to year 11, I believe. Is it, or is it to 10? So 11, isn't it? I forget, man. It's been years, man. So I'm not going to remember this stuff. But I'm trying to remember how old you are when you start secondary school. Yeah, you start secondary school when you're like 11 to 12 years old. And I'm assuming secondary school is the equivalent of high school in the American school system. So why is that an important thing? Because of sharing. Because of sharing. A lot of people have said that the voice talking to Leon, the operator, isn't Hunnigan, it's Sherry Birkin from RE6. And specifically the voice actress, because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like the voice actress from RE6 who voiced Sherry in that game. And a lot of people are saying that Capcom likely got her back and that she's playing an older version of Sherry Birkin talking to Leon on the radio. And I remember one of the theories I said is that if they want to bring Jill back, right, the only thing they could really do with her in terms of keeping her in the game would be as a guide, helping a character, guiding them through Raccoon City. But if Sherry is Leon's operator, right, it would make a lot of sense for her to be the one to guide Leon through this. I know what you're thinking, well, she was just a kid. How could she help? Yeah, she was a kid. but she lived in Raccoon City. She lived in Raccoon City with her parents, and she went to school there. And she had a life there. And we got this high school listed here. And I'm pretty certain that this is probably the high school that Sherry went to when she was a kid. Because she was 10 to 12 years old. If she was around 10, 11 to 12, like 10, 11, 12, she most likely attended this school. And now I'm realizing why they have this here, because it probably means that Leon is going to go to Raccoon City and Sherry's going to be the one to guide him through these areas, and she's going to reminisce about all of these specific areas probably that she went to. At one point, you're likely going to be going to this high school, and Sherry's going to be remembering this. She's going to be thinking about this. She's going to be thinking about her teachers, the life that she had there, her childhood friends who are now all gone and dead. And that's pretty heavy for character development, not only for her but also Leon, because he's going to be able to like work alongside her. He's going to be working alongside the person who's basically his surrogate daughter in a way. So the more I think about this, seeing that, remembering that, and now hearing the voice in the trailer, I realize, yeah, it most likely is Sherry, because we are going to be getting guided through some of these specific areas that are likely important to her, and we're going to be getting development from her because of these specific areas and that, etc., and her helping Leon with his investigating Redwood City and specific areas and that. Could you have done that with Joe? Yeah, but not everything. Do you know what I mean? Like the specific areas with Joe you could have done with her as a guide, but in the end of the day, she's a BSA agent. She's not a DSO agent. Sherry is, so it makes sense it would be Sherry here guiding Leon through this. So yeah, I do think Sherry is back, and I think this was one of the biggest clues right here, staring us in the face. And now the other big clue is hearing her, what is potentially her voice in the trailer. So 2 + 2 equals, yeah, Sherry Birkin. So I'm certain it's her being in this game. But as for Jill coming back, besides that one little mention that we've gotten recently from the supposed Japanese leaker, that there was some sort of data or whatever regarding Jill in there in the files that they removed, but there was like some of it remaining that is either a reference or it hints at a cameo appearance maybe. That's all we're likely gonna get. And yeah, I don't wanna hype people up with the potential possibility that Jill's gonna be in this game. Me, I wanna sort of just like, get the needle and blow the balloon while we're at it, and just like bring our expectations into check, because people are gonna be disappointed. So do I think Jill's in this game 100%? No, I don't think so. At best, minimum, maybe a cameo, but even that's like, I don't know. I don't see how that can happen. At best, the returning characters, at least when it comes to the Raccoon City stories, from 2 or 3, it's obviously we have Leon, and it's going to be Sherry and potentially Ada, and that's it. Well, maybe we'll get some Outbreak character cameos as well. I think that's a possibility. I think that's been hinted at, but I think that's it. I don't want to like raise the bar too high and be like, oh yeah, this is what's going to happen. No, I think we need to keep our expectations realistic. So that's what I think is going to happen. But yeah, is there a potential third character here? I'm going to say Ada. Like I said, for me, that's probably going to be Ada. It will be very surprising if the game does something where Sherry ends up coming to Raccoon City to help Leon face to face. But I think she's mostly going to be a guide, like an operator and a guide helping Leon through this. That's it. Like in terms of actual physical appearance, I think it'll be Ada. That's what I think is going to happen. So yeah, keep those expectations in check. I don't think Joe is going to be a big role in here. At best, a mini cameo, like I said, a cameo, a reference, hopefully DLC. But other than that, no, I don't think she's coming back in this. And I think, like I said, the map here and the voice now, I really do think hints that it's definitely Sherry that's going to be making an appearance and helping Leon here. So yeah, I think that's the main secret returning character besides Leon. But yeah, guys, that's my video for this. As always, remember to like and subscribe, and I shall see you when I shall see you. Take care.
As we know, Leon's dragging him.
Things that he appears to go through.
What is it? Oh. IRE. Oh shit. Good. RIE.
We
Oh, it is Sherry. Okay, that's Sherry Birkin. I'm a big Sean. We played the demo. It's the same one that we played a couple months back.
So that's all this was. I was just some.
You see her name?
Resident Evil Requiem just had one of those information drops where at first you're like, okay, cool. And then the more you sit with it and you listen, the more you realize, wait a second, this might actually be a really, really big deal and a really big game for the franchise. This wasn't just another trailer. This wasn't Capcom being vague and mysterious for the sake of marketing. I mean, this was real. During a recent gameplay showcase and panel, they straight up told us things that fundamentally. Resident Evil Requiem just.
and they were posting like all these supposed leaks for RE9 and other games. And a lot of it sounded pretty much similar to what we heard from Spooky Who and Dos Gollum. So it's like, is this person taking stuff simply from them and posting it as his own? But no, this guy is literally saying that he is an actual leaker, that this stuff that he's posting is legit. And yeah, some of it sounds similar to what he's posted. And does Claire potentially get hurt or die, perhaps? And the Red Queen don't belong to her, maybe. Maybe I'm right. Maybe Barry did design it for her, and he gave it to her, and something happened to her. Like, I don't know. I'm in the copium part, because, like, if Claire's involved in this game in some shape or form, and Barry is as well in some shape or form, and just sort of in the background, my hope is that Alex Wesker is involved in some shape or form in this game. Do you know? Like, that's the copium. Like, a lot of people want Jill. I want Jill as well. But honestly, the character that I want to see the most is Alex Wesker. I want to see Natalia and Alex Wesker in this. So hearing like Claire is involved and seeing Leon with basically a magnet with a freaking angel wing or whatever on it, like it made me think, wait a minute, is it possible? Is it possible that I don't know. Well, let's go through this other stuff they're talking about. Let's forget about this for now. Let's go through the other stuff they're talking about. So this was on the new stuff, Team Biohazard. So I started going through it, and this is the stuff they posted. So this apparently yesterday was. So I think this was like on the 20th. I think when I saw this. For those people who keep asking me about a possible Resident Evil 5 remake, I'll say it again. Currently, there is no Resident Evil 5 remake project in development. I don't work for Capcom. I agree. But I am in contact with people very close to me who provide me with the license information all the time. I don't think I'll have to prove myself on this since Biohazard Ultimate was created. The only projects currently under development are 2 solo narrative DLCs for Resident Evil Requiem, Resident Evil Code Veronica Remake for 2027, Resident Evil 0 Remake for 2028. There is also a project that will be a continuation of Requiem, which will be available around 2030, 2031, codenamed Project Red Life. So this is kind of insane. If this dude is legit, and I went through the Biohazard Ultimate stuff, and it seemed like this guy was literally like shit on this. The ending to RE4 remake hinting at RE5 was never a tease to RE5. It was simply Capcom having the chance to create an ending that properly dives and goes into RE5, if that makes sense. Because the original ending for RE4 didn't really set RE5 up. It was more its own sort of thing. But with RE4 remake, knowing where they had to go, they had a better like grasp of the story. The whole thing with the Winters DLC and them going back, yeah. Regarding that, but we'll go for it. And there's some extra stuff as well I wanted to talk about. So yeah, let's go through this. I want this to be a quick video, so let's go through this quickly. So first up, we got this breaking news Resident Evil 9 summary of Telltale Game Show 2028. So this was one of the, like it was an interview from Kumazawa, the producer. So it's just the first question, is the important one. And someone asked him, is Leon still single? And he responded, I think it's more fun if we don't reveal everything. Low. Okay. Okay, why not just say yeah? What's up, guys? Heat King here, bringing you shelf, and then he gets the Ada's one, and it's overlooking Leon and Grace, because that one's a bit suspicious. You've got RE9 Leon, and then Grace, and then above them is Ada, almost like a symbolism for her being a guardian angel and overlooking these two. Is this a hint that Ada's in the game, that she is going to show up in RE9, and that she's going to be looking, above Leon and
Hey guys.
Think could be clear Redfield. They think it could be clear Redfield. Let's go ahead and dive on in. All right, now before diving in, I just want to go ahead and shout out this person's account, this Resident Evil at RE Biohazard News. It's a fan account. They were covering Resident Evil Requiem news and updates and just kind of Resident Evil stuff in general. I saw this just on my timeline and they posted it. So let's go ahead and check this out. So, RE Japanese community believes that Claire can be heard in the new RE9 trailer. So it says, yeah, that's not good, and we are running out of time. Apparently sounds closer to Claire's voice actor. It's more noticeable in the Japanese trailer, so watch this comparison edit and see what you think. Let's go ahead and dive on in. So obviously this is a shot in the trailer where Leon's looking down at his hand. We know that he has the infection on his hand underneath the glove. But just go ahead and listen to this, because and I've watched this a couple times. It sounds like it could be Stephanie Penicello. I don't want to say 100%, for sure that this could be her, because again, this just speculation, but it could be. It could be. There is some subtle differences in the voice, but let's go ahead, check this out. Yeah, that's not good. That sounds like Stephanie Penicello. Did you guys already hear the difference? Two completely different voice actors. Well, I'm sorry, voice actresses.
The Rose Hill Chronic Care Center. Not yet. Depending on the servers of the CIA or the Pentagon. Leon, we're running out of time.
Now, this is the only one where I'm kind of like, okay, that still sounds like Sherry. That still sounds like Sherry's voice actor.
Or the Pentagon. Leon, we're running out of time.
Now, this is now diving into the Japanese version.
良くないわね。アンブレラ崩壊後、いくつかの施設がある。ローデスヒル療養所。見つからない。CIA にもペンタゴンにも情報がないの。レオン、私たちには時間がない。
You guys hear it? Like there is that difference. Now, again, this could just be, different tone of voice. This could be two separate, different sections of the game. I think that there is a difference. Like, there's definitely, you can definitely tell there's something. Let's go ahead and rewatch it one more time without any interruptions.
Yeah, that's not good. Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under.
Yeah, that's this very first one I think is the best, like, kind of like comparison to have, because the rest of it, at least in my opinion, it's a little hard to tell. But this first one, like, it has to be Stephanie Penicello as Claire. And obviously, we know that, you know, the Raccoon City survivors are dealing with this Raccoon City syndrome, and Claire was involved in the Raccoon City outbreak just like Leon was, so she would be someone who would be dealing with these symptoms. You know, Leon, Sherry, Jill, if Jill is showing symptoms, Carlos. But then it brings another question, and I don't mean to like run off topic too much, but like, are people who were involved with the mansion incident, are they also going to be suffering this Raccoon City syndrome? Because even though the mansion incident is a completely different incident from the Raccoon City outbreak, but they're still connected. It's still in Raccoon City, and it's still, at the end of the day, it's still all connected. So does that mean Chris could also be infected? Is Barry dealing with this, or is it just the Raccoon City survivors? Right now, I'm just going to say Raccoon City survivors because that's what we know is confirmed. But in terms of kind of like speculation and at least theories, could people who survived the mansion incident also be infected with the T-virus and have that dormant inside of them? Let's go ahead and check this out one more time.
Yeah, that's not good. Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under. The Rose Hill Chronic Care Center. Not yet. Nothing on the servers of the CIA or the Pentagon. Leon, we're running out of time. 良くないわね。アンブレラ崩壊後、幾多つ買った施設がある。
Yeah, there's definitely a difference.
どうですヒール療養所。見つからない。
It might be a subtle difference in terms of the Japanese version. Now, I also don't speak Japanese, so that might also be a factor into it. But there's definitely a difference.
CIA にもペンタゴンにも情報がないの。レオン、私たちには時間がない。Yeah, that's not good. Victor purchased a building after Umbrella went under.
All right, let's go ahead and let's pull up some clips of Stephanie Pinicello as Claire real quick. Let me go ahead and pull those up. Now, one thing I want to add is this is going to be an older Claire Redfield, so her voice might be just a little bit more mature. Well, I also just wanted to point that out, but at least to me, it still sounds like Claire.
Hopefully they'll have some answers at the police station.
But your cup? Yeah, that's not good.
It sounds like Claire, guys. I mean, I think it sounds like her. I don't know. What do you guys think? Anyways, I just want to come in here and share this. This is just going to be a quick video. But yeah, shout out to this. Shout out to Resident Evil, Ari Biohazard News. Go check this person out. Go follow them over on X/Twitter. Yeah, let me know what you guys think. Do you guys think this could be Claire? Do you think it could just be Sherry, just kind of a different tone of voice? What do you guys think? I think that it is definitely a possibility that this is going to be Claire Redfield. And, you know, especially with these characters going through the Raccoon City syndrome, it only makes sense to have other Raccoon City survivors show up in this game, not just Leon, not just Sherry. I think we're going to get Ada. I think we're going to, hopefully we get Jill. And I think we're going to get Carlos. I also think Chris is going to appear in this game. I think if Claire is going to be in this game, it just makes sense for Chris to show up to kind of be there for his sister. But I also feel like if Chris is going to be in the game, then Carlos is already going to be dead. Or Carlos might not even be in this. Who knows? But anyway, guys, that is it for the video. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments below. If you enjoyed, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe. As always, take care. God bless.